shit. So rich. You also the sensei? How's it going, bro? You got any games going on? But in your house and see you gotta figure out how myself. Try to get behind today. Figure out how to do the raid stuff to get for viewers. Still go on that last bit. Yeah, my streams be better.
What's up, guys? This is fucking 999. Drop. Just trying this out. Someone told me about it. Just trying this shit out. This is looking good. This is really good. This has no skill. But I'm trying to get the dragon down on this map. This is it. Let's get this shit done, bro. That'll be fun. There's a fucking wall. 97. I'm not going to get a lot for tonight, but
Tear them to pieces!
Can't play games, just the oh,
You just made a fatal mistake!
because 104.
You just made a fatal mistake! You just made a fatal mistake!
Possible against this week. Fast minions, guys. Quick field up. It's kind of boring. But it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay, so those zombies spawn and they push me.
You just played a final
Is that how it is, young dude?
You just made a final mistake!
Wow. This is ridiculous. Yeah, the thing's faster. My God, bro.
He just made a fatal mistake.
See what did us fall. This is just ridiculous.
He just made a fatal mistake.
Yeah, this is good. you can't do the golden one. This is
You just made a fatal mistake!
easy jump, everything gone.
You just made a fatal mistake!
27. Nope. Didn't think so.
You just made a final mistake.
Very nice.
You just made a fatal mistake.
See what putting them on too much on the box.
Well, Jimmy moved in with his mama. And she ain't got no soul. And now in the dollar. When it comes to the balls. Man, you busted. Cause we live home in the trailer. Cause I'm in there, well, my name is Jimmy, his name's Greg Hughes. Me, him, and you, we went to the same school, same cool. I'm in the range, he's tapping my mom, we're almost the same age. Only like a phone, I drive by. Look at this car, thanks a lot, Mom. Here, happy birthday, remember? Here's a brand new car, you can have it. A 1928 Delta. This shit won't even get me to the shelter. And I can't even stand for Motown. Cause I'm back in the 810 now. Cause I live in the trailer.
Oh wow.
roll off the back. Alright.
HMP Pentonville in London is one of Britain's toughest prisons. Over a whole year, for the first time in television, BBC has followed repeat offenders inside jail, outside on release, and even back inside again. Nick is stuck in cycle of homelessness and petty offending.
The only way out is by outside, not going to fight in. This is where we live, because we used to be under the shelter there.
Shennell wants to put a violent past behind him.
Robbery, burglary, offensive weapons, that sort of stuff.
But life in prison is easier to cope with than life outside. Half the prisoners from Britain's jails re-offend within 1 year. Each one has their own story. 7,500 offenders come in and out of Pentonville every year.
Great, damage.
Rick Norman is a regular. He's 43 and has 119 offences on his record, mostly crack and heroin use. This time, he's inside for stealing bottles of spirits, which he sells for cash. Now, Rick would rather be locked up in Pentonville than free.
You're safe. I'm clean and sober. Big food's here. I've got a job. I've got tobacco. I've got friends, staff I know. And out there, I'm living on the bottom of the flats in a bigger shed. No money. Got no ID, so I'm not claiming. All I need is a couple of things. So you're off, something today is all right, Yeah, I don't be alright, is it? So, not safe in places is dependent.
Staff do try to prepare repeat offenders for release, but every day there are more urgent challenges to face, and to put many difficult and dangerous inmates. Today's duty governor has to deal with a mentally disturbed prisoner who's refusing to take his medication.
He's incredibly aggressive and he will entertain any staff absence to help him, and because when you see him he's spitting at staff and punching staff and throwing things, and he speaks weapons to try and use against staff. So it's very, very tricky.
A team is taken away from normal duties, sent to the healthcare wing, just to make sure the prisoner gets the treatment he needs.
He's very, very volatile. Even if he is compliant at first, please remain on your guard because he does have a history of staff assault. He feels like he spits.
Officers must give the prisoner every chance to comply and make sure they are protected if he gets out. Since he refuses medication, staff must maneuver him into a position where it can be safely administered. Naming another new arrival. Cheryl Weiser is 36.
36.
He's been in and out of jail since he was a teenager. Robbery, burglary, assault.
Have you been here before? Yeah. When was the last time? Was it the last year? Two bits. Thanks for being here. Yeah.
He's hoping this spell inside will set him straight.
36. So, realistically, I've done that 22 years of my life ago. Outside, it's hard because you've got this to do, and it's hard. When you come to prison, it's easy. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got your telly, you've got your kettle, you've got your roots free time of day. I mean, it's easy. You've got roots to pay no nothing. Do you know what I mean? So I want them to come to prison today, do you know what I mean? Because it was too much for me, because I'm an ex-heroin addict.
Oh dear. I don't know what happened there.
At Bentonville, prisoners
I have
can do
no
courses
idea.
or attend education classes, many locked up for 23 hours a day. In G-Wing, Nick is allowed out of his cell to work as a cleaner.
But
I shouldn't say I've got a bit of a soft spot for Mr. Norman. Norman, you know what they say? A woman's I don't know what he does outside, you know, maybe it's a total pain in the arse outside. And
I'll be back in a
these
few guys.
things, you would have a different thing to say about it. But in here, it's as good as gold.
Mick is currently drug-free, but years trapped in a cycle of prison, addiction and homelessness have left him estranged from his family.
Where do you stay when you go out there, Ninjas? Oh,
This of course safe housing.
yeah,
I'm going to be back. That's our better thing. Got me food, got beads.
yeah. Oh,
It's fine.
it's a sorry state of affairs, isn't it?
Yeah, only one time.
You've got family outside and everything, haven't you? Very good.
Everything runs with our family. Only see them.
Why?
It's like we've been come out of jail and say I'm back again for a couple of weeks, and so we've been some better off not seeing them. You know, I see my boy for nearly 2 years. He's 16. He only got a mum. He lives with me mum's house. I've had him since he was a baby.
How do you know that? How do you know that he wasn't wanted to come around?
It doesn't matter what he wants.
You could write a letter and explain how you feel. Sicilian time to think about it. So you already thought, I just don't think you have to sort of give up with it. I just don't think you. I think you just got to keep trying, basically. Keep trying.
Absolutely. My son's in the month. He's in his grandma first. I stay in contact with him because that's better for him. The best thing I can do is stay away from him because then I'm doing the right thing by my son until I can be a responsible parent again, a productive member of society. I've got no right to be able to give him at home. He's safe, he's doing well at school, he's playing music, he's a mentor for other kids. I'm really proud of him. I'll be sitting down in my
Mick will be out in just 3 weeks. Local councils seldom offer immediate housing to newly released prisoners, so it's up to the prison's drug support team to try and find him somewhere to sleep. Segregation. Officers deal with the dirty protest every few weeks. Sean Kieran's now so desperate about his imminent release, he'll still to do.
Can't be shit on observation. So much doing things that we can't see it. So you can't do things with protection. And there's no good. We don't see it. Extra like that. Yeah. Should have cared about that. Yeah. Six up.
The dirty protesters will stay in the same cell until they've ended their protest. So, staff have to clean up around Sean Kieran.
It's like we've done this before. It's not going to be a see again. I just see it every other day. What's supposed to be done?
Even if they're on the dirty protest, prisoners must be offered food. Sean Kieran is becoming increasingly disturbed.
fuck, man.
It's a little like an hour. There's something really fucking good. So,
segregation unit, assured Kieran to bring his protest to an end.
What?
Shannon has been in jail.
Oh, there you go. I'm going to show you the
He
shot.
sobered up and started thinking about what keeps dragging him back inside.
That's triggered me off. To be like this, that used to make 7 years ago, this August. I do think about that, but I still think my dad's drinking it was a skill. That's what made me this pancake. So
Nobody's confident inside prison. Shannon is anxious about what's going on outside.
so I don't want to go now to get back to only that, but you know what's going on. So you sent me out all that things. I don't know. Just
Maybe I need that harder thing.
it's horrible.
I'm not fucking.
Wait and see.
Free today, but because the sentence level 12 months, you have no probation officer. You may also have nowhere to stay. Weeks of delay before you can access benefits.
We are so close to recovering the central
Okay,
artery.
guys.
It should be somewhere in that excavation site. Remember, the architect is our only hope of being remembered back from the dark era.
As they've said, it's true. Hopefully we won't see you soon. Right, so please, we don't see you back.
That's right, lads. Put your backs in
67
On the ball. Won't lose next time.
As sure as my name is Archibald Thornton Smythe, a shiny head
Prison set up a meeting for the
That transmission emanated from the obscura
There's
saltillia.
no guarantee
Do a lot of damage.
The emulator, something channeled in access from the past.
Things can't get the worst to get through the back. Get the final assessment, try and get the other spectacles in, and accept that I won't be able to get them properly. Then I've got to wait for like 4 or 5 days to get them. You know, I'm not prepared to stay out on the street for 4 or 5 days, so I've got to come back. This one, mate. 640. 60. It's out of my hands, so I've done what I can do. I'll give you a call.
We did. A few weeks later, we were to discover why. Sean is leaving too. After getting help from the prison's addiction support team, he feels calm about re-entering the world outside. On the day of his release, he even takes time to write a farewell letter.
This letter.
thanks to Abbeville for their tough love in no particular order of any kind, blah, 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 blah. Thanks in the final analysis for looking after me, yours sincerely, peace and no short care. Yeah, really. There's, you know, things done for a good reason. You know, don't always understand why. So to speak, yeah. They'll give some brave heart. Peace.
Despite his anxieties inside jail, John still has a home to go to.
Home again, jiggity jig. I've got lots to keep me active, to keep me away from trouble. That's my, you know, release from prison to back home. So far, so good. Yeah.
Cheryl Weiser has been waiting for news of Holmes will one day meet his wife.
It's like what? I've got 2 years. She's saying start again, try for a baby, get married, that sort of thing. So yes, she's telling me she loves me, which is a good thing, do you know what I mean? Because I was paranoid. Which means gone to prison, you do get paranoid, like you think like they're doing the same course out there, you know what I mean? But girls ain't the same, you know what I mean? And she's even put like these for my stuff. So I'm just waiting for her to give her a big kiss.
Cheryl now gets to work and takes up some of the opportunities the prisoner has on offer to prepare for life outside.
So I've been sitting down, doing nothing. I'm doing things while I'm in jail. By the end of next month, I'll be drug free. I've got this already. I've got change his passport, sorry. And I've got relaxation. And I've got bonus point. On my job. Yes, you know. Drug free. You know, I'll get a job. You know what I mean? Just live a normal life like other people. Because I'm fed up with this. It's not me no more. I've done one time, you know what I mean? I've served one time.
Another repeat offender, Graham Shields, is nearing the end of a 16-month sentence for robbery. Graham is 32 and has been a shoplifter for over a decade. He had a steady job, but gradually crack cocaine took over.
I'm not even fond of that.
Working for a commercial arts company at the time of Korean. I lost my job there. I was sort of eating. So then I started going out shoplifting every day like it was a job. And I've been getting up. I hit a couple of shops, going to sell that with the money in my pocket. Going to smoke crack.
Graham was just one of those people who I've probably seen come into prison probably 6-7 times in the space of 18 months. We always have sort of a bit of a conversation about what's gone wrong for him this time.
How many times have you been in jail?
About 42 times. Since 98. I started coming to jail. So it's quite a few times.
42 times.
Yeah, including this one.
Graham will be out of prison again in 3 weeks. This time, the authorities have him in their sights. Because he's a prolific offender, it's a top priority to stop him committing crime. officer completes his prison sentence today. He leaves Pentonville sober and focused.
Random swimming. Can't wait. Can't wait. Can't wait to get out of that door. Can't wait.
Stuck here.
Not really. Not really. That's hard. Listen, I don't want to do what I used to do, come out, smoke up, drink, and this, that, and the other, you know what I mean? I want to come out straight-headed, and, you know what I mean? I want to change
Oh my god, not this shit again. Not Bill, bro. No.
Unlike many who walk out of these gates,
Takes too
General will
long.
at least have somewhere to stay with his fiancée Nina.
Takes way too long. Takes way too long.
In recent years, General has failed to stay out of jail for long. Now he will try again. Lasted just 2 weeks outside jail. First, he shoplifted to get himself back inside, but this time he was sent to a prison where he didn't feel at home. And now he's out again.
How are you? I'm getting out there. Well, you know, I've been around the country with that sort of fun thing, so different, like, different Sunday lunchtime. Don't get no more mince Monday night, 29 soy meals. Same back to bed. That's what I'm doing. I've spent 4 million years in other prisons. I feel remote. It's a bit of time. I get rid of it, lots a bit colder, slower. No chance to get cold when I play up. Cameras everywhere. I'm sitting. I think my life is jail. That's all fucking know, we all get on, we know each other. I've never got to prison, 30 odd prisons. They've done something. Same shit. I need to decide to say it. Decide to say it. How are you not? This is a box that that's the stuff. This is the other stuff. 7% I'm carrying.
Max Arnold.
It's 40 quid, I'm going to get 15 quid on that. No, I wouldn't know this, so I wait, so it all depends how it works. No, I've done my last day.
Mick is homeless and has only his prison district grant to live on. But for once, he'll now seek money and shelter the legal way. Graham will shortly be released from prison and will complete the last 8 months of his sentence outside in the community. At the local probation office, plans are being made to handle his release.
Yeah, Graham's coming out and we're going to take him straight to the house. Kevin's coming as well, the police officer, so he's going to come with us in the car. He has really full record fully compliant to probation, and he is literally a revolving door where it really is catching things. He doesn't engage, and he's never denied that his own orders.
Graham has been put on a new scheme called Integrated Offender Management, which targets the most prolific criminals to stop them reoffending. Inside jail, Graham gets work experience. Outside, he'll have a job placement and a hostel place. And if Graham doesn't play ball, probation will send him straight back to jail.
If you reoffend, you will be able to see any sentence.
I feel different this time. I do. I don't know what it is. Like to say what I've done different or anything like that. But inside, I don't know if it's to do with maybe having been away a bit longer. Because in the past, prison hasn't worked for me.
Brain investigates safely first night, then I will really happy with that and really also pleasant minds.
Full power.
Shenol has been out for 11 days. He has got a place to stay, his fiancée Nina, but he started drinking. And today he's been involved in a serious car accident, which he can't remember.
Yeah, let's go.
Fucking roll onto the top and roll off the back. Right? And I mean, this kid's quite fast. I don't know what speed, like this fast. People weren't just like stringing everyone's like with a flying holding their mouths. Right? I'm swinging blood all over my hands. Seems like rubbish, like fucking happens right for him, do you know what I mean?
Let's go.
Like many new offenders, Shenol is also struggling to get his first regular benefits payments.
I come out of prison, get that $40 yeah. It's like, I'm doing my money, because my payment been sorted out in this. Basically, I'm able to, like, after people on the street for money they have, which I have been doing. They're telling me, they're trying to say, oh, they've got me. They give me this, and they've got a shit back. When it wasn't it, so they've got backs it over, and then that's what I'm gonna fucking carry on.
Jay, too old for this shit, man, come on. Just get worth it.
I'm fucking happy. I'm not happy. Fucking happy on top. I'm not fucking happy. No. So I've got quite a few people up. Try and get the parts to straight. Look, so my class is so done now.
There we go.
That's a joke, man. That's like that that's like what's that? That's why I was here. I was dead. I was dead. Dead. I was dead. I'm still living.
Right, one there.
How much is your Super Skull?
One. That's two. I don't know what it is, but that one's hard to see. I hope it's not. There it is.
That's some damn fine shooting. Damn fine, man.
No.
That's something. What are all you batty little gawping at, eh? Just have a look around.
Fuck, man. Really? I don't even have enough. Terrible. These are please.
Channel has dangerous free, but alcohol has him in its grip once again, and he soon finds all his plans falling away.
Right, that was about me.
The people police got each other and they she's trying to say, are you alright? She knows that. If Daddy's at it, she can see Daddy's values. I told you I come to agreement cancel with you. Deal with all that, we'll go into management, keep you occupied and myself, you know, and we can get through this, huh? We can. Do you know what I mean? We can. We can. Yeah? We're going to do this, yeah? Well, trying's better than nothing.
What's not down?
3 months after his release, Sean Kieran hasn't gone back to drinking.
How's it going? Good. Yeah, good.
With help from a local charity, was taking the first steps to free himself from addiction.
At the moment, I'm in place. I see you in place until you're home. Not online. I'm turning my back on the boots. It sounds a bit vague, but, you know, I've had sort of glimpses of happiness, you know, whereas before I was just sort of like moving through and just coping and just going through the motions, if you like, of life. Every time I see a photo anywhere, every time I see a photo, or not like since on Netflix saying Expelliarmus, from Harry Potter. Yeah. That's a defensive spell. Yeah.
Ray will be in prison tomorrow. Each town he wants to stay clean and rebuild bridges with his family. His
it's a relationship, you know, like that's not a good one kind of thing. He's kind of old school, old man is. What's drugs, he's like, everyone stop taking them, just stop taking them kind of thing. He's just get a job and I think that's what he thinks. I don't know what he thinks, but I've never actually asked kind of thing, so, but he's not well, and you know, I told him to just try and fix up relationship because he's not well, but I want to fix up relationship so that we can have a relationship kind of thing. Maybe like me, just come around every couple of days to see that they're all right, maybe take him to church or something. I think he would like to do that, like somehow do that.
Well, he's do the same thing. 16.312.
My stomach's like training on butterflies kind of thing. I'm excited as well. I'm really excited about getting out. But that still doesn't take away the fact that it's a bit of a finding experience.
Those repeat offenders who have alone investigate it. Because Graham is on the IOM scheme, he is met by probation and the plainclothes police officer. The first hours and days outside are a critical period. Nick Norman has been out for 2 days. He's still hopeless until his cash is running out.
I'll show you something that'll make you change your mind. This is where we live. This is where it's rough and chill with it. So now from there people where it's gradual sit there and I'll take your hand and everyone go for it out the high side but yeah, really. And it's got things like a home in before you never had to say it, you don't talk before it, yeah. But we might put people on house on it, get the hands in everyone else, but the wood up, got my way. We swear what we did it.
So it's slept here the other night?
I've slept here since I come out again. Thank you to that today. Yeah, I bet thanks how we take it. That's what's the only thing, but before that, yeah, I was in a jail all my life. How long have you been in there? 6 months. 6 months? Yeah, this time 6 months on the road.
Don't see what sleeping here, you know.
Yeah, it's nice because you get people coming into the car park and they look at you like a bit shit. Like anyone could, they could all be homeless tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I'm strapping.
Over the next days, Vic persists with his attempts to get housing and benefits.
There's no possibly a place we're coming out there, is there? Yeah. So will you ring up about the job seeker appointment? You try to sort out, or you ring up about the airport? And I'm going to see if there's accommodation available to reduce it.
Then Nick gets some welcome news. His son, who has the scene for nearly 2 years, wants to meet him.
He's made contact with us, he said, sexy. I'm going to this now too, I can't leave him, so I can see him on the prison. Yeah, I'll give him false, you know, said to okay, that's good, and then goes to the bank. They just speak with it, you know, but that's really give you a bunch of straight, but I thought it was lots, you know. Steve, that's supposed to be, you know, like, yes.
Fuck you, asshole.
Today, Cheryl is in court. He's due for sentencing on all of the evil offence. There's a risk he'll be sent back behind bars. The outcome is crucial for his and Nina's future. He's drinking again. In the middle of the hearing, Cheryl storms out of court.
Stop, kids.
The details of the court case become a flashpoint.
I said, I don't say, mate, if you go in
St. John's like Wayne Jones. That one, that's not the one of it. St. John's. Yeah, that's it.
In the end, Cheryl wasn't given another prison sentence. Instead, he gave him a strict interview. He must get treatment with alcohol weekly supervision of nation. Nina is now desperate for Cheryl to change.
Depicted me on the step. Again, was more trouble. I mean, for a very sit outside of fucking door for me, I'm thinking, I'm fucking the same time. Kingsbury, I'm tough in my life, big time. Fucked up. Do you know what? I just want my life back, and it don't seem to be happening with this man. Don't seem to be happening. Wouldn't make a change, make a fucking change, man, do it. Don't blame everyone else is fucking fault, isn't it? It's the system, it's this, it's that. I can do it with yourself. Sorry, let's stand up.
Tear them to pieces.
Bale has been out 3 days. Today he is booked for a work placement as a trainee gardener. Every time he's left jail before, he's gone straight back to crack cocaine, heroin and shoplifting. But this morning, he's at work on time.
This is a Norway, mate. Yeah, that's chickweed. Whatever. This is positive. This is trend what I'm doing. I don't do this. I don't in the past I don't come out of prison and want it to work. Or anything like that. I'm feeding myself being in high trouble by doing this nonsense. That's not to say, it's not to sound like pressure or anything. It's the first day, but I hope it's the first of many.
3 days' time, Graham is due information. In the past, he's never managed to attack.
Double points.
Graham has got through his first 5 days out of prison.
How do you feel about how you come already? I feel good about it. You're going to meetings, you're doing everything that's required of you, as well on your license. Just keep taking it one day at a time. But so far, I do think we're in trouble.
Graham's about to get some tragic news. One weekend at least, and Mick is still on the streets. He's about to see his son for the first time in 2 years, and he wants to look his best.
Insta-kill.
Side is young man down there. Hello, boy. You alright there? Yeah. What you like? You drink? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, the priest, you know, seeing as that.
Forming Arts, just Forming Arts, yeah, it's Forming Arts funny. Oh, that's why I love it. It's full of dancing, it's mad, full girls. It's going on the I don't care what happens to you, you've never spoken again, man, in the jail, and everyone, I'd have to go, but I still would go back to prison. I can't think my full out, yeah. All I'll do is tell you, I'm going to do it. It's emotions, isn't it? Oh, wait, by the way, you're a little back to that. I love the yeah. The way backwards, I'm not going back to prison, The drink drug is out, we've got to stay back between the next 3 weeks. I'm good. Sonny, when you get older, what's lost, down, probably mad, probably free now, we're all just mad, your mum, your dad, your family, it's bad,
When we met Shaq again, he spent the previous nights in Pigdom, believing his relationship was over.
So you think adventures hard, yeah? And find on the next roads from time to time. Alright, Tony. Alright, I'll get me. That's what they are for trip. It's one time for them. Just gone again.
As part of the sentence, Shaq's progress is now being written every week by individuals.
Shannon's, particularly his most recent issues, is alcohol very much, getting into altercations with people, becoming violent, being frankly abusive in his language and his behaviour. I guess is why the board was so keen to throw this opportunity for treatment, because it should humbly look at that and address that. A lot of the risk may dissipate.
Detox is available for Shaq. But first he must attend under assessment. And so far, he's told probation that although he desperately wants detox, he'll go to the peace. It's not in a fucking detox. It's not
Max out.
So my understanding of the situation is there's also this options which stand which I think you would have to face that as ask for that. That's part of the risk. So it's really hard to come like this when you can feel and there's a lot of stuff that's not there you sleep. That's not really great. You don't know that way. You're back. See where you are. What that start moving?
Mayor was working at the garden centre when his boss received a call.
I had a phone call this introduced
Vegas house.
She said,
Sure,
"It's
without,
greatest father as well." I just agreed with him to work with me to the office, and he looked at me, don't know what's going on. I just sit there and concentrate to tell me. And it's just this thing he needs to provide significance with my politics again.
He's doing so well at the moment, and then being recalled on his license. Find it to read the job test. You know, it's tragic. You know, you see the amount of these offenders just to get their foot on the ladder. You know, something else tragic happening.
Inspiration was called Graham to prison because the police is going to arrest him. Graham could not be found with any known address. He's on the For Chanel, things are starting to go right. Despite all his problems, in 7 months after leaving prison, he is cooperating with probation and has got assessed for detox. He has stayed on drugs, out of trouble, and his body has survived.
It's my baby, I love him. They want to spend it, I want to be slow. They're normally on it. I don't want to be making any other big, but everyone else. Go on there.
Can't wait, and it's a long job everything at prison. Takes the feeling, you know, I don't know what I've been doing now.
After 4 weeks of trying, Mick Norman finally got a place to stay. Then things moved on quicker than he could ever have imagined.
This place I've got, she's a studio flat. I ain't fucking had this, but I fucking ain't big enough for me. You give it to me. 2 weeks, what is that? Wait, I'm going to take your son back. I'm going to move him and send that quick up the road. Take me 2 up the road, you know, shut it, you go.
Mick's goal was to get a teenager out of bed.
Only just on camera.
This is my way. Yeah. See that? Place of bathroom there. Place of shower. Plenty of toiletries out there. Plenty of self works. Maybe you have to get these got 8 months roll cell for years. I mean, it's not luxury, isn't it? Not sport back. That's right. Stuff. So I'm joking, you know. We got nice. You know, doing it. Yeah. I'm not so bad at it. They got that attack with me. And it's marks tactics of the least we to get all which thought that we got like to realise it's been good like we try my points to stick them on. I'm going to do walking around in these, yeah. Yeah, £70 pair of exclusive Adidas trainers. Who are they? Right. So you guys are short, like that's what she gold rain boy, rain t-shirt, rain it's a problem of also never come back. I'm not happy where we got extras and something else. It's not stuff, not that bad.
that walked out with his father. But he evaded arrest by the police for a month. Now he's back at Pentonville.
I would engage in this whole lot.
You were engaging brilliantly. It's just a shame you maintain that.
But Moses told me I thought I had to when I told him to do it. So I knew that was it. So I went, absolutely know what to do with it. I looked over my bank and just moving along my road through this is the time. Yeah. It's got yeah, it's different. And I was down there smoking and I was having a good time on it. I won. Yeah. We live and learn. Yeah, of course.
Graham's brief period of success on the outside has given him some consolation.
It's hard to fight for his life about that, so I didn't get a lot of time with him. But I'm just glad that he seemed to balance work and doing positive things rather than somehow spend my money on fucking heroin. And then I might come around to borrow money for instance.
The good news is in my experience of creation, the fact that he went that far means that next time to go that far. And hopefully we'll just keep getting a bit first each time.
I know the change I'll be doing it again and again and again.
Resistance is the next matter. Brand new electronics, tree now, books, art, everything. You just make up the show, it's not very difficult.
You just made a fatal mistake! You just made a fatal mistake!
HMP Holloway in London is one of the largest women's prisons in Europe. Just a mile down the road, HMP Pentonville, with over 1,000 male prisoners. Over a whole year, for the first time on television, the BBC followed offenders inside jail, outside on release,
I've drunk 3/4 of my bottle of vodka already.
and back inside again. Craig is 27. He's already lost years to drugs in prison, and now he wants to change.
Up to 13.
promised myself that I'm not going to be a junkie coming out of jail. Jade West is just 18, but she's caught in a cycle of petty offending, prison, self-harm.
Jesus. Oh my God.
Crystal Duke is 23 and prefers prison to life outside.
The best parts I've had have been when I've been in prison. They help me in prison. They don't help me out here.
Harm prisoners in British jails re-offend within 1 year.
If someone says, I love prison, do they tell you they're not quite right? How can anybody love prison?
Each one has their own story.
Marks up.
Every morning, women of Holloway get half an hour's exercise in the hard. 18-year-old Jade West is back in jail for the 6th time on burglary charges. She was taken into care at an early age, has been in institutions all her life. Jade is a binge drinker with a long history of petty offending.
This is her security, this is her extended family, but the terrible way it got into such a pattern that she never comes out of the cycle and gets longer sentences for being a political offender, and that's the scary bit for her, I think.
Jade's Achilles heel is her anger, which has continued to cause problems both outside and inside prison.
I just only got that dickhead over there. Get out of my face, you get it!
Today, Jade has been cautioned for failing to leave the exercise yard when told to do so. She is not happy.
Why are you banging, Jade? Why? What do you think you're going to do? You can be right on it. I need the word. Because I'm sure you've already heard that I'm aware of your behaviour this morning. Oh no, you might get one sorted somehow. Ready for this down. Listen to me. It's not just put you on the phone, you're aware of that because I'm not putting you in the tech, but you're one step away from basic, do you understand that? Do you want to put you on the phone? For refusing to leave the yard. Did it come in? Yes. Did you have to do screaming? She's now going to be basic. That means she has half hours association each day. Her visits will be restricted. She gets to spend less on eating, and she spends most of the day in her room.
Jade's behaviour continues to deteriorate. Staff must now monitor her regularly as she has a history of self-harm, including choking herself with ligatures. Ray has just arrived at Pentonville Prison. He's been here many times before. He smokes crack and heroin and shoplifts to fund his habit.
I started coming to prison when I was 21. In that period of time, this prison 13 times. 90% of them are drug-related crimes. I was homeless. Yeah, I was doing a lot of badness to fund my drug habit.
Job's in it. Back in the system again now. Ray wants to make this time inside his last.
Every time I come to jail, I can't really refuse to say it. Just a change. That noise. Bangs of doing. The alarm bells. It's what makes it more and more know that this ain't for me. The greatest happiness is what smoking.
Once he's settled back into prison, Craig has some respite from his drug habit. receives a daily dose of the heroin substitute, methadone.
Thank you.
It's vital that Craig stops using drugs, as over recent years he's become prone to fits.
He died in his job in 2008. Down to my medical problems, just pulled some of it because of my drug use. Thanks to him, every time he died, I've been in a coma. Yeah, still in custody. Never ever felt so serious about stopping this cycle. I'm 27 now. At 2:30, I messed myself. I didn't get to be a junkie.
4 weeks into his sentence, prison medics called Craig's cell.
It's beyond the door, Bobby. Super exciting.
Something to get places that's been on place right now too. I sleep roads, being in sports by myself, this is happening, making the hospital, start trying to get my life.
Back in Holloway, Jade's privileges have been removed. She has become more agitated, is making ligatures with tall curtains, hiding on the person.
Oh, deeply! Oh, not on top. I think you probably will. Kid, what's been in perspective? You're telling the cutting off the window, telling the script to pirate. You think I'm going to make that later? Oh, do you want me to are you surprised? Are you surprised? You asked that, please.
Staff are not allowed to search Jade for ligatures and must make regular checks on her.
When Jade comes in, she likes to push boundaries. It's almost like we're the institution that cares about her and she needs to do what she does to get a response.
Jade has now tied a ligature round her neck. It is an emergency.
She's a child. She is only 18 years old. She's been through far more than a lot of other 18-year-olds have in their life.
I'm nervous because, you know, before I got out, I was actually drinking loads.
It's 23-year-old Crystal Dukes last night in Holloway after finishing a 12-week sentence for a drug-related crime. Crystal battles with drink and is bipolar. She has been coming here since the age of 17.
The best times I've had have been when I've been in prison. In prison, I feel like I've got structure, routine, loads of decent friends. Like outside, I felt they were more associates. But like, because I love my family, I feel like I make them proud when I'm in prison, which seems a mad thing to say, because I'm clean when I'm in prison. I'm healthy, I'm happy, I'm safe. When I'm outside, I feel like I let them down because of the life I live and the people that I roll with and the things that I do. And I just want to make them proud by going out and doing what I'm doing here out there.
Crystal has started a relationship in prison with Tony. Although not condoned by the authorities, these relationships form an important part of life behind bars.
I start getting anxiety when I'm due to get out. I start getting panic attacks and that because I know that I'm going back to the same old thing, which is why I keep coming back to jails. I'm safer in here. I've got a bed. I don't have to worry about eating because outside I don't eat. Like, I looked really awful when I ID card when I came in.
You look well now, though, don't you?
But yeah, like, I'm healthy again now. I am still getting out. I do cry about getting out, you know.
Jade has continued to tie ligatures throughout the day, and they are getting tighter.
A caution, please. Jade?
After talking with Officer Kelly, Jade calms down and finally stops tying ligatures.
I do, but I do a hell of a lot of shit for me. Proper loads of shit. Like, when I tied my ligatures, like, Miss Kelly was like, why not just press your bell and ask Strickland? When I'm in that mood, I don't want to talk to her and I'll go, just do it. And then that's it. Because once I've done it, it must be clear.
It's the eve of Crystal's release, and she is preparing for life on the outside.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day for me tomorrow. Usually I'll be all excited about getting released by thinking, going to go and get a beer, or going to go and take like drives and do that. I don't feel like partying tonight. I feel like more nervous and anxious.
I've been trying not to cry all day.
The thing is, really taking like we're both been through like everything the same, and she knows how hard it is. And like the last few days, how much craving that I have to I'm really craving and I'm really getting upset because I know what I'm going to do. That's what's bothering me. I know that I'm going back to the place that I hate the most. If I could be allowed to go out like once in a while to get my clothes and like go to the shop, I don't think I would ever leave. Would you? Yeah. Even though I don't know what's going to happen on the other side of that wall, I know that I'm walking out healthier and I'm walking out with sick every time it's happens. Do you know what? I've turned around and I've looked at this before many times. I'm hoping this is the last time I'm going to see this. Especially, well, the way I'm looking at it, I'm hoping that if I ever do see it again, it'll be just driving past rather than getting released.
At Fentonville, Craig too will soon be getting out. He served 6 weeks on remand and is due in court for sentencing tomorrow.
I'm not going to lie to you, I'm very, very scared. Mainly because I know that I could be going out there, or I will be going out there, NFA, no fix the bone, yeah? I've done stuff in the past which obviously is understandable. My mum not having there. My dad's very busy and I don't want to put that burden on them of always having to watch me, having to keep an eye on me because when you're a kid, you lose kind of any remorse for anyone. When you're trucking, you're smooth. 90% of people will sell their own mum, yeah, for heroin. If you're hooked on B enough, yeah, you sell your own mum. So yeah, I stole from my parents and they've heard this, they've heard it over and over again. I'm gonna come out, I'm gonna do this. Mum keeps saying to me this time, just give me the actions, yeah? Stop giving me the words and just do actions. Actions are louder than words, my mum keeps telling me. So yeah, I'm very, 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 very scared because I don't know what's gonna happen.
Fearing homelessness, relapse, Craig turns to the prison drug service for support.
You want to sit in that one? Just swap the chairs. I'm sitting. Is that right?
Yeah.
So you're going to be going to court tomorrow, Beverly said?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm scared because I have certain things in line. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
I'm very scared. I'm not going to say play big man because I am scared because I don't know what's going to happen after tomorrow.
And I think, it's right to be scared because obviously you don't want anything to mess this up. You're going out NFA. You will get, cravings at some times, and then cravings are normally about 20 minutes. When you're craving, that seems like a really long time, but it will pass, and with time, it is going to get easier. Not using the main matter what, that's the most important one, and that's going to be the one that kind of trials you the most.
Craig hopes his dad, who's a drug support worker, pick him up from court.
I don't have no jacket. My jacket's dirty. Of course, my head's like yours. Yeah, I spoke to my dad there. I said to him, good luck and that tomorrow.
It's heartbreaking to see the child destroy himself. I felt very desperate at times. I wanted him to get better. And I wanted to see some kind of change. I followed him on this revolving door syndrome. He once said to me when he was at his worst that he only ever wanted to be like me, which made me feel like shit really, because I'm thinking, well, I don't know. Some of the things that I've done, maybe would try to follow me or be like me, to take drugs, I've been to prison and stuff like that, and my absences away from Craig and his little sister and his mum probably at some point contributed to some of his emotional distress.
At Holloway Prison, Jane's turbulent month behind bars is also coming to an end. She will now be under the strict supervision of the police and probation service, a regime which she has failed to adhere to in the past.
So you've got to report to your duty officer by 11 a.m. Are you going to get there for 11? I can ring her though, so there's no chance I'll get there. Well, make sure you make contact with her, because if you just ignore it, then you'll be breached straight away. Yeah? We're putting you back into line. We don't want to do that. So try hard to stay out this time. I'm doing everyone.
Going to stand over on that curve, please. The shooter? Okay, see you again then. Hopefully not. Take care.
Isolation, family, and that's like she's been there for effectively. She's helped me out a lot. Well, that's wrong with her. That's probably the lot with her. But if I didn't, there's nobody else. So happy, so being friends until you do what you've got to do. Because you love them and, you want them to do the best. You try and put them on the straight and narrow, but ultimately it's down to them. I just hope she can stay out this time. So we go and see what they're playing. I never know safer than that.
Because the first thing Troy said, make sure you stay out. I'm like, I do try. It's not as easy as said and done. When you've been going in and out for like 4 years, it's hard to stay out. But I suppose I've got to try for it. Otherwise, keep going back and end up by that time bloody old woman after this. Yeah. How are you doing it, Sarah? Well, self-harmed a bit. Right. Just stressed out. But been a while.
That's me too, yeah. Either try and ring me or just go to one of the prison officers and tell them how you feel.
Yeah, but
yeah. I know you don't like doing it, but you've got to try and learn to do it, Jade, haven't you? Yeah. Because you know how I feel about it. Yes, we do. So no one else is going to worry about you, are they? No. So it's just me having all this on my shoulders.
Big fan of opera. Yeah, I'm not so right.
Jade lives alone in a council flat with her dog, Buster. She is estranged from her mum, who has herself been in and out of prison all her life.
My mum didn't really see me apart from like the odd time when she was at prison in like a visiting centre and all that bollocks. When I have kids, I guarantee you I will not be going to prison. Or if I do, they'll be coming up to visit me like every weekend, do you know what I mean? I've never put my kids through that. I'm not going to lie, Holloway, I do love prison. I do miss it, but sometimes you've got to try and move on to get better in life. It is going to be like, I want to stay out for this little bastard.
Crystal has been out of Holloway and drug-free for 2 weeks. She's back in her hometown of Southend.
Going to prison all started from hanging about down here, fighting, drinking, and just being little terrorites. I live on an estate that's known for all the wrong reasons, really. It's like a sweet shop. What you want, you can get there. If you've got a person like me with addiction problem, it's like throwing someone in a pond who can't swim, they're going to sink. So yeah, I'm quite nervous about moving in here full time, because it wasn't somewhere that I enjoyed living. Living here every day, I pretty much used to get up. I used to look out this window, I'd spot where I wanted to buy from, and I'd call them and then run away to ask my mother and they'd come up. It was pretty much like a taxi service, really. I'm very anxious about coming back here. I am. I'm hoping that with my girlfriend due to come out, we'll have nice memories, and me and Matt will build memories in this flat of us. So they'll sort of overtake the bad ones that I've had. But I am worried about relapsing. I'm worried about having a bad day, looking out the front, seeing everyone out the night, and me thinking, oh, it could be so easy.
Before girlfriend Tony is released from Holloway and can join her. At Pentonville, Craig is on his way out. He's going to court for sentencing. Later that day, it's free. It's 5 p.m. just before a bank holiday weekend. His sudden release means he has no drug support or housing in place, but at least his dad has agreed to put him up.
Well, now is the time. This time, is your chance to get it right. You know what I mean? You can't go down that same road again. Right? You've been there too many times. And you know what the deal is now. Understand? You just asking for trouble if you keep going back, Craig.
Craig needs a methadone prescription today, or he'll soon be suffering withdrawal, which may cause him to go back to drugs.
Now, we're going to have a problem getting this week because if we're going to catch him in surgery in time.
His doctor's surgery had been trying to treat Craig's addiction for years, make him an emergency appointment.
Hey, Craig.
Right now, honest truth,
Yeah.
a little bit.
Is there anything that we can do to help you?
I'm just going to try to stay on my family and just try and do this different this time. You see me sit down here and cry to you, innit? At one stage, was one of the only people I could really talk to. Yeah, do you understand? So you see me at my all-time lows, and so maybe now you see me now. How do you perceive me?
Well, as always, when you come out of prison, you look healthier than when you went in. For real. Because you're eating and whatever. My honest opinion,
What you see?
I'm not so sure how much you want to be clean. That's honest. I'm looking at your face, looking at your expressions. That's honest truth.
Yeah, I'm going to stop that.
I mean, you asked me a question, I ain't gonna lie to you. I've never had. You're saying that you need to get clean. You haven't really said that before, in fairness. But I'm hearing the words, but I'm looking at your face, and the messages aren't quite equating. But, as always, I always say to you, prove me wrong, I'd love it.
The next stop is a visit to Craig's mum.
You look well. You look well, you look like my child.
As always.
It's sad because he comes out and he's got a lot of hope, and then gradually he sort of loses his way again. He gives up because there's nothing for him to lean on. And at the same time I worry because all mums, all parents, you want your children to be able to cope and stay their way in life, because you know one day you're not going to forget what happened if you're not there. That's really my I'm glad to see him. I'm glad to see him look like my son, because he always looked like this. And I just like to live long enough to see that their lives does change.
Jane is back in jail again. She was out for just a fortnight before reaching her license.
Everyone said to me, don't come back. And I was trying not to, but it's what they did, said before. So I've been like most of my probation and that I've missed a couple. I was meant to be there at 10 o'clock yesterday. I showed up at 9 o'clock. I can't be bothered with it.
Despite being happy to return to Holloway, it doesn't take long for things to go wrong. Jade has been told that this time she may face a longer sentence.
It's a very good express on myself, it's more reasonable to come to express self-esteem.
Another week in Holloway, and Jane's behaviour is again causing concern. She has started buying ligatures. Jane begins to think about the consequences of her actions.
Basically, just let me say the full of these Kelly got me. She knew I got to like this like give up.
You just made a fatal mistake.
No, we wish it would really went up for us to find something in this.
Back on the outside, Crystal had been drug-free for 2 months, but has recently relapsed. She has secured a place in rehab and has decided to give up her flat and return to the family home.
I've been so down lately and so like emotional and upset. I thought, because I was doing it.
It's late night stream. How's your game going? Because I changed them a bit.
You just made a fatal mistake!
Yeah, I've changed them a bit and now I added new guidelines. Just wanted to get 800 today and then maybe a couple of more rounds to make the 800 tomorrow more possible. I feel like I'm wasting my time with the game because I doubt with how I wanna get to the bottom of this. Do you really think you will get another crash? Because this crash wasn't game's fault, it was your connection's fault, which I assume or I hope doesn't happen very often. And Do you think it will crash? Again? Continue to connect the early 2 and then on the side crash and didn't get saved. How long before you got disconnected or when you got game crashed? Because I think everything should be alright. But hey, if you it's terrible. It's terrible. Shitters.
Easy, that's awesome.
It's pretty slow. reloading for a game mode ensures both gameplay proceeded without completing instead and make a post difference. This should lead into lags, crashes, and crashes. Jeez. Where are they going? I think I have time to make a tea. Hold on. So 20 minutes ago. Wow, you're really late. My time zone. I haven't enough time today. My goal would be I'll try to push to 800. That's my ideal goal. So I would want to push further. It seems like 6, so I think tomorrow we'll be able to do more rounds. Hopefully to 900. His internet crashed, by the way. He had his first crash in 200. The game is, the higher chance that you will die. If that sounds very obvious. I made some so that sounds very obvious, but if you think about it, there's so many things you can go wrong in one game. I think he lost his grab in his game before already. Like his save file with save or something. I think it really happened.
I'm trying to catch this far as I can.
I think I have already. Okay. It's not 6. Let's see. No, like many people have this way. Decal have this problem as well. And Zard as you can see, Decal have this problem. And he's on PS5, I think. Many girls playing consoles did have this problem as well. No, Decal is not PC, Decal is not PC, Decal is a console. things we have to see, but these are tougher. Oh, very easy. Yeah. So the VRS has a theme, but when he starts his games, it doesn't look like. It looks like a PS5. This stupid update already took 1 round from me. I just stopped preloading multiplayer because I don't care about it. I'm so strong with these stats and wrong. They are not correct. And this is right, that 3 days is not right. Because my latest game was really 60 hours. 40 hours, something, right? Last episode, something, 2 days. Actually, maybe this one. But this is definitely one. Scroll through. That's bullshit. Bullshit. I feel like it only counts like in last session on the map. I'm curious, like what would show how much difference will be. No, maybe. Zero. Ready. Yeah, that's exactly that. Exactly. Yeah. I think she plays in PS5. She just uses mouse and controller. Why is it so quiet? She plays with mouse and keyboard, but he plays in PS5. And it's very evident when he crashes. To 40 miles. feel like it would be a time to do the complete rounds. Okay. Because I have like half that I have only one half that super good hours, and that would be like 1.5 hours before. Okay, yeah, that's what I want to do it. This is like I won't be able to. Okay, let the grind continue. But how is your day, Lo? Hello? I don't know, I have quite a lot of work today, and I'm falling behind my schedule, like 9/9 schedule. But now that makes me think that I won't be able to finish my weekend, which really isn't a problem. Like, there is nowhere to hurry to, there is no point of rushing. It doesn't matter when I will finish. Really, because it seems like the new map is not coming out this season, which is good. Okay, so like it's not coming out this season, so I should have enough time to tell this. Although, like, I'll watch how late this thing. It makes me think that I will not be able to do Terminus or support, because Nate makes it look so hard because he paints often. I don't know, Mark, let me see. Like, Terminus will take a lot of time already. I feel like even if I will do Terminus in like first couple of attempts, I feel like it will still take me more than 1 month, so next season will be going for launch already. So it will definitely take longer because it's gonna be like August. Well, I'm less careful. I'm even less careful. Hello 6.1 by the way. And I don't think I will be able to do it safer with me using anti-communist serum. There are a couple of years to like, a couple of decades to like. Wise. That does sound scary. I wanted 2 maps for you, that was Like, I wanna do Liberty when I'm fully max refreshed. Yeah, you know, 6.1, we have democracy here, right?
You just made a fatal mistake.
I know. I wasn't yet. I got this ouch. I'm 3 days from 900. Hopefully not 4. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it seems like 99 will be next week. Hopefully at least on Monday. Although it's only Tuesday. It's not Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, it's only Tuesday, so it's like not that bad. But low, today we're doing Nerd Stack. Get it? Probably, like, I even want to do it like 1 hour earlier. That would be better. To do it 1 hour earlier. Can you do it though, 1 hour earlier? For last events as well? Kind of mouse with that? Vertical mouse. If my wrist would hurt. No, I said today, no, tomorrow. I said Wednesday, didn't I? That's true. That's probably a learning curve from regular mouse reading in Twitter. Well, it wasn't that hard to learn. Like, it didn't take me much time to like relearn. Although, like, I don't know how it would play out with more competitive games. But it took like me like 1, maybe 2 days to learn fully. Like, I'm really glad that I got it. This was a quiet war. Can you even click? Hear the clicks? Click and click. I hate click and click sound. Because I think when I was doing like, not Timberland, I think when I was in Liberty, Citadel, I bought different things to like help my wrist because it was really hurting. None of them worked except Big Mouse.
You just made a fatal mistake.
It does feel like people are struggling with the older maps. Like with Terminus, with Liberty, with Citadel, people are struggling. Like, I feel like we are getting less 99s now than we were getting before. Yeah, I'll have to do one pose for 30 minutes a day. No, not tonight. For some reason I didn't see that message. Not tonight. Tomorrow, but 1 hour earlier. I think the last time we started at your 5? Yeah, man is streaming right now. Yeah, I didn't listen to the game, but you might have one patch less now. Left to be. We'll be able to do it tomorrow 1 hour earlier than last time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another Black Ops 6 Zombies video. So a few of you legends mentioned that you want us to test out the C9 SMG with zombies, specifically with the 10mm 40-round mag conversion, and that's exactly what we're doing today. We'll be taking the C9 through the early rounds, getting it to back punch through 3, upgrading it to legendary rarity, and then pushing it all to around the 50 with zombie self-count to see how it goes up. If you've been enjoying the videos lately, then go ahead and smack that like button, subscribe to us if we're milestone of 50,000 subscribers, and if you want more videos like this one, then drop a comment saying Commander Klaus. Now, before we all in, let's just have a quick look from today's sponsor. Whether you're looking to unlock the Black Ops 6 Mastery Canvas or grind them up in easier lobbies, you should definitely check out today's sponsor, Mitch Cactus. As the biggest and most reliable in Call of Duty, Mitch Cactus offers services on all platforms. Browse their website and you'll find multiple discounted offers available, and with my code HYPNO, you'll get an extra discount on your order. Thank you again to Mitch Cactus for sponsoring this video. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Reckoning, and as you can see, we've got the C9 with the 10mm 30-round mag. Okay, first things first, in regards to ammo, as you guys can see, we've got 30 rounds in the mag with 330 in reserve for a total ammo count of 360 rounds. Not bad at all. There we go, got a little Shatter Blast ammo mod as well, nice. So we are using rapid fire on this bad boy right here. We've got an RPM of 1,009. Wait, never mind, scratch that, 706. We'll have 1,009 with double tap. Now, in terms of damage, we're looking at 28 damage per upper body shot, as you guys saw right there, with 140 damage per critical. So definitely some super impressive enemy numbers right off rip. Alright, let's get the Rampage Inducer going, try to get through these early rounds as fast as possible, and head upstairs for Headshot Dappery. Okay, we're making some good progress here. We're just 200 essence away from opening the next door, then we can attempt the Headshot Dappery side Easter egg. Okay, so we'll get that door opened up. Very nice, very nice. Now we'll headshot that dummy, and there's one more dummy that we need to headshot. Did we get it? Yes, we did. The town spawned in. Beautiful. Okay, looks like that's going to be the final zombie right here. Let's just quickly drop our FOV. Throw in a decoy as well. Swap over to single fire. Final one, and beautiful. We pulled it off. Headshot Dappery for 3. Let's swap to Quado again, and we're now doing 154 damage per critical. Cool. Now, we can also further increase that damage by grabbing Uncommon Rarity. Nice. Still will test some numbers once we're through with this Magic Klaus round. The reason why I'm not testing it on this round is because damage numbers are a bit how you feel about this one. So it's 348. I'm pretty sure it's a bit less on normal zombies. There we go. Give that max ammo. Alright, zombies, and okay, Deadshot did not do its thing, but as you guys can see, 231 damage per critical with 42 damage on the body shot, and yeah, we are absolutely broken zombies right now. Let's go, baby. Ammo is looking a bit how you doing right now, so I think that's gonna, get a lot better once we get this properly fast crunch. But yeah, since it's time we head over to the Android assembly, we're going to grab the portrait, which you can find right over here. There we go, and let's also purchase Double Tap. Now, as mentioned at the start of the video, Double Tap's going to increase our buy rate for a total of 43%, so we've now got an RPM of 1,009. Definitely a solid amount. Along with that, we're also doing double the amount of body damage, so let's just quickly go some more nice to test numbers. Alright, this zombie right here, and as you can see, we are now doing 84 damage per body shot, and yep.
Turtle Shell Strategy, Black Ops 6 Zombie, Platoon.
So a lot of people don't know there's a specific order when these red and blue artifacts come in. The first one, we're under this Furman statue, right? And for this one, you can pretty much stand right here because that laser hasn't come in yet. You just have to watch out the laser for later. But once you take out the red artifacts, you take the purple one. And then we're going to rotate around. And that's going to put us underneath the parasite. Okay? So I'm going to pop mine first. I got it. So then the red one comes right to us. So he's dead. Now we take out the purple one. Now I always tell people to avoid the blue one. You can if you want.
I have a blue one.
But yeah, we just kind of rotate left and right. Now we're on the third one, and we're right underneath the doppelgas. So this makes it much, much easier.
What the fuck is he doing? What am I doing wrong? Shit. Yeah, guys, I'm just testing this.
trying to find the sweet spot. What works? Do it to 999. Yeah. That's the one.
He just made a final mistake.
Need that game.
I guess at 1:30. Siri.
Max Ammo.
type of stuff, and they get free now. And street this last week, but you know, last week you played it a lot more time. That's less unexpected. I expected to have like a day, 36, right? Not pretty much. Healed up, not as sick as it was last week. So yeah, expected funny content, very soon. We're trying to get out as much as possible. But in today, if I feel better, we're going to go through some new glitches and that is just hope that you glitch. I'm recommending it. Haven't checked it out yet, yeah. Check it out. Fine, try and turn off the try and turn off the phone because you guys match that can't do. Get it higher. Yeah, I can't get higher. Very heavy higher. Seven? Let me use that better. That's right. I made it. Right. What's up? 0. I got my own job. Much better. Fix it. That's easy. Alright, so it's ready for it. I'm the copy of this. High score, how high score? You know, walking to that good. I'm not really kind of good enough. So, those are the calls that they got. Then we get into the spot for the rest of the automatic. And, yeah. So, let's take them to the basics. Now I'm going to do some power type and do reverse that to kick off at the corner. If I pop, it's going to be like this. Let's get that. Okay? How does this hang on? What we call well? Yes, what we do is supposed to be on something like the two goggles, God. They do make it. We just have to lay in the state of health. Right now, so those guys have to let's get probably a test. What do you do for the good? Take that. You have to remember that the thing and talk about this.
It's just the thing with false dogma is a big part of it. So when we invested in this stand side, basically what the we did, and we're looking out the real estate. Let's see what's wrong. You just made a final mistake. That's what stand side. I can't really fix it. It's like the light. It's fancy light. Go back, take it out. Give me a little better. fine. Yeah, I have a phone down. I have one. Bring them up, and I'm like, yo, they get some they get Black Ops 7 early. Yeah, I've already played Black Ops 7 3 years ago. I got actually stand by. Hey, Leon in the building with his member. Speaking to Leon, Leon. Did we go into the chat? Yeah, I have sitting next to $2. And let's help out Adrian. That's awesome. That is. What do you want to the next podcast? Okay, great. See this? I found a fake ceiling in what is it called? I'm pretty sure there's a barrier. Can I go for that? I found a fake ceiling in Liberty Falls, Jack. That's fake. That's literally fake, Jack. Annoying, but so small that you can't get through it. See that? It's fake. That part of the ceiling is completely fake. That means you can reach through it. You can somehow, like, squeeze through that. It's completely fake, Jack. Bigger it. Bigger it. That was so cool. Love you. Can't wait for it. You okay? Yeah. Make sure that this door is shut. If this door is shut, go ahead and do You just made a final mistake! Right here, and then keep the shroud up here. Behind the door, I'm messing with this for a minute, trying to find good spots to stand to make this work properly. But in the early rounds, this guy's good. There's like tile up right in front of you. So this is what I've been working on when it comes to Liberty Falls. You also got all the other doors while we wait for Sam's trials. So I need to open up the doors. As you can see, my right in front of me. It is cool, but you'll see why I haven't posted it yet in a minute. Just figure out the spot. people's dad. People. See, I needed to sign the first floor property. There we go. Now I definitely can't touch it. Oh, yeah. Can we get some used peoples in the chat? Spider. This might be far away from the Let's see if they don't. And this does work on every other like door, either way. Coming to me? Oh, okay. So, no? What's it on me that means? What's it on me? It's right there. Fine. Yeah, I'm trying to find the right spot to say. This is what I've been working on. Let's see how far we can go. That's great. Okay, that's fine.
You know, I know we don't play.
Yeah.
Don't get crazy with hope. Man, strong. He's gonna come hard, right? Keep trying. Don't give him a chance to say. Counter me. Counter me. Smash me. And you can find me right hitting now. And that's all right. But Rocky is still earning those rights. He's really something.
Strategy, that's all. I know what I'm doing. How you doing? Use that jam. If man told us, it doesn't take a man to stand there and get it off. He's getting tired. I know what I'm doing. I swear I know what I'm doing. Tell me what you think. Go out there and enjoy it, Rock. Yeah. I'm gonna take your time. Yes. I guess.
我帮你抓人，come on，前面这个嘿，前面走谁？
Okay. Mario, go. And we're good. Next, GG's. Dang, it's binding with flying, huh?
Everybody played it.
Okay. Oh, that's, I'm not gonna be able to do that. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, the original thing is that the German 1940 scientists, medicine.
Fair. Yeah.
Everyone.
They just like the classics. Alright, chat. The next match will be Stam. Go ahead and type exclamation join to be added to the ladder. We'll be picking 3 of you in a minute and we'll get going.
Here it comes. What, 38? 2 minutes.
Isn't it?